Everyone, welcome to the special magistrate hearing for July 28th, 2022. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Troy. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 37, Inspector Bover Exantus. Case number CE21040322, case address 1716 Northwest 15th Court, owner Studio 825 Rentals LLC. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/26/21. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $8,700 has accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $7,750 accrued. A total of $16,450 has accrued. The city is requesting to vacate the order of June 30th, 2022, and to rehear the case.
Okay.
Well, I'll read the next one in too. Additionally, on page 37 is case number CE20110388. Same address, same property owner. This case was heard on August 26, 2021 to comply by 9/9/21. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. A total of $7,950. The city is requesting to vacate the order of June 30, 2022 and rehear the case.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Exantus on behalf of
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Silence all devices.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This case first came before the magistrate on August 26, 2021, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. And this case reappeared August 26, 2021. The judge ordered 14 days to correct all violation. In August 28, 2021, the case reappeared before the magistrate, and the 42 days extension was granted. And the case reappeared a third time before the magistrate in January 27, 2022, where the magistrate also had granted an extension of 119 days. Property has been posted, and pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning. Revealed that property is invalid. In compliance right now, which pictures are not in the case as of right now, but the property is in full compliance. So the
For
city
both,
gonna request.
For both cases?
Yeah, for both cases. Both
Okay.
cases are in compliance, and the city is gonna request full imposition of fines.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Andre Sagdiyev, property manager for Studio 825 LLC.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Sure. Andre Sagdiyev, property manager for Studio 825 LLC.
Okay, and I've been asked to rehear this case. And what do you want to tell me about why the property was out of compliance for so long?
We didn't own the property at the time that it was out of compliance. We just purchased the property last month. We pulled permits, brought the property into full compliance. We were not aware that there were, we were aware when we were purchasing the property that there was a bunch of code violations. We were not aware that there was an impending, like he said, I think 142-day period after which fines would begin to accrue. We pulled permits as soon as we bought the property, brought it into compliance as of today. Still working on the roof permit and so forth, but basically brought the property into compliance as soon as we purchased it. We were not aware that there were fines about to be imposed, and the fines to be imposed would be against the former owner. You know, I don't think that the present owner should be punished for the former owner's mistakes.
Well, you know, under the law, you take subject to the encumbrances that are on the property. Now, you said you were aware that there were code violations. Was any money escrowed in the closing to take care of these fines?
No, because there were no fines imposed, so we were not aware that there were fines about to be imposed. We were aware of the code violations, and we assumed that we would fix those as soon as we buy the property, which we did.
Okay,
Your Honor, just a few correction, if I may.
Sure.
Per City Supervisor Julio Davila request, since the case has been vacated and to be written again, so we're gonna ask for no fine to be imposed per super.
I'm sorry, Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. What we wanted to do was amend and vacate the previous order of June 30th. And we wanted to rehear the case. That was a determination we made prior to knowing that it was coming to compliance, because we do believe that the ownership took place prior to us notifying the property. So in essence, we notified the old owner rather than the new owner, because it hadn't changed and wasn't reflected in the county records yet.
okay. So what is the city asking for today?
To vacate the previous order
Okay, and
of
that's
June
all?
30th. I'm sorry?
And what about the fines?
Well, if we vacate the previous order, then, there will be no fines imposed because they're in compliance.
Okay. All right, I'll vacate the previous order, no fines imposed.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
That'd
thank
be
you.
both cases.
Our next case is on page 13. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22010089, case address 2131 Northwest 7th Court. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor. It's complied, why do I care? You wrote it on here. Owner Shayla Bullard, property posted July 2nd, 2022, posted at City Hall July 14, 2022.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22010089, case address 2131 Northwest 7th Court. This property was first inspected on January 6, 2022 by previous Inspector Lopez following an action item complaint, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied, 24-27B is complied, 9-304B, the asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and/or damaged areas and is stained with dirt or oil. 9-305B is complied. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records. Total of 11 inspections have been conducted on the property, and during my pre-hearing inspection on July 23rd, 2022, it was verified that the remaining violations still exist. The property owner has been in constant communication since I took over the case, and she just needs additional time because the contractor that she's recently hired is a little delayed on work, so they're just running behind on taking care of her property. So the city's requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Shayla Bullard.
Are you in agreement with 35 days to bring the property into compliance?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector, because after 35 days, then fines will begin to run.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22040969. Case address 1227 Northwest 5th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Todd Adderley. Property posted 7/11/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, Code Officer Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22040969, property address 1227 Northwest 5th Ave. This property was inspected on April 25th, 2022, cited for the following violations. 18-4C, complied. 9-304B, the driveway wheel stops are not being maintained. The driveway has potholes and is faded. The wheel stops and striping are deteriorated. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls that have stains and peeling paint. Due to noncompliance on July 12, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation state is not into compliance. I would like to add the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. I did have a conversation with the property owner. He did show me that the permit application BLD-RPAV-22020057 for driveway and landscape was submitted on February 16, 2022. So he is making the effort to redo the whole driveway, but he also has to attach a landscape permit for the landscape application. Both permits are together. So the city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day.
Sir, please state your name.
Todd Adderley.
Okay. Mr. Adderley, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 63 days?
63 is good, but with the addition to with the landscaping, I had to get a landscape architect, which took a month and a half to get anyway. And with the landscape requirement, it's going to take some time for me to get the required trees. That includes the purchasing and the labor and to get everything situated with the sprinkler.
All right, well, let's start with the 63 days, and if you run into a problem, contact the inspector and request an extension. We'll try and work with you.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 3. Senior Inspector Dorian and Calhoun. Case number CE22050591. Case address 401 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Beach Boys Plaza, Inc. in care of Hamuy. Property posted 7/11/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Calhoun for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE22050591. The case address is 401 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected on May 19th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 651.1. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are string lights, the TV, and other decorative lights that are illuminating the beach. 651.2. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beach of Fort Lauderdale, which include the interior lights and also a food truck. A copy of the inspection report was posted, and I mailed a copy to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. As of my last inspection, the violations remained as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply, or a fine of $50 a day until the end of sea turtle season, or until the violation is in compliance.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. This is Roya Edwards on behalf of Beach Boys Plaza, and with me here today I also do have Neil, the property owner.
Is your client in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
30 would be much better for us if the the inspector would be open to that request. But I also do want to put into the record that the food truck violation has been complied. And then also a lot of the lighting violations you see in the images have also been complied. We've done a lot of work since this violation was brought forth to us.
Okay, well, if there's a lot of work done, I think you could probably finish it up within the 10 days. So I'm going to order 10 days or $50 a day thereafter, or the city can come in and remove the lighting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 211-20246, case address 1512 Northeast 1st Avenue, owner Diane Calhoun. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 6/30/22. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,750 accrued. The city's, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning.
Morning.
Cedar for Lauderdale Code Enhancement, Community Enhancement, Code Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 211-20246, property address 1512 Northeast 1st Ave. This property was first heard on March 24th, 2022, given 98 days to comply. The following violations remains: 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. They are dead and missing ground cover on the property and swell. 9-308A, there are multiple broken tiles and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. 9-308B, the roof is stained. 208B, there are building parts that are deteriorating and not maintained, to include a missing window glass pane in front of the structure. According to our seller, there are currently 4 awaiting client replies. We have the roof, plumbing, mechanical, and electrical permits. We are still waiting from I believe, the contractor. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. I did have a conversation with the contractor who stated that he's just waiting to make payment for the permits. So the city is requesting 28 days for the approval of the permits. I'm not sure if he received them yet, but 28 days to get the permits, and then we can reappear if he needed any more time for the work that he needs to do.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Russ Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, are you in agreement with the 28 days to get the permit and the notice to reappear? That would be on my August 25th docket, and if you needed another extension at that point, you could request it.
Yes, because we'll need an extension to actually do the work.
How long do you think for the whole project?
Probably 4 to 6 months, because part of it is retrussing part of the roof, and trusses right now are in about a 4-month lead time. So that'll kind of hold a lot of things up.
Okay. Anything else from the city? Does that change your recommendation?
No, we'll do 28 days for him to get the permits, all the permits.
Yeah.
And
All
then
right.
once he does that, he can discuss how much time he needs after that.
Yeah, as long as you're making progress, we'll work with you.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 28.
28.
Captain Robert Casarich, case number FC 211-10017, case address 712 Northwest 57th Street, owner JJ Auto LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. A total of $5,500 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Casarich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 211-10017 for the property addresses of 712 Northwest 57th Street. We have seen forward progress throughout this entire process. It's been a case of where they go to the building department, they're obtaining permits, they call for inspections on them, and the building department says, no, you need different permits, or you need different types of permits, and they've gone back and they've applied. I believe we originally started with the order for reappearance, and you can see the previous history on this case. Again, it's been good communication, and we have seen just new demands placed upon them of trying to obtain all the permits to get this work done. We would support 63 days.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Ricardo Mejia.
Okay, Mr. McGee, are you in agreement with a 63-day extension, and I will suspend the fines during that period?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 36 with Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 22020431. Case address 2741 Northwest 16th Court. Owner Florine Blanc. Case first heard 5/26/22 to comply by 6/30/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $1,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22020431. Address is 2741 Northwest 16th Court. This case first came before the magistrate on 5/26/22, where the evidence was presented and found for the city. These violations were first cited on February 10th, 22. A 2-week extension was granted on 3/30/22. A total of 11 inspections were made on the property. The property is now in compliance, and the city is recommending full admin cost of $672.
Sir, please state your name.
Florine Blanc.
Okay, sir, you're in agreement with the reduction to city costs of $672?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 57 with Senior Inspector Dorian Calhoun. Case number CE 211-00636, case address 2841 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Vantage View, Inc. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 4/28/22, suspended 4/28/22 to 7/28/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines are due to start July 29, 2022, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Senior Inspector Calhoun for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 211-0636, case address 2841 North Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected by Inspector Flores on October 20th, 2021, and brought before the magistrate on January 27th, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city to comply by April 28th, 2022, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter with an order to reappear. Again, the case was brought on the agenda on April 28th, 2022, and the owner was granted another 91 days extension with a mandatory reappearance. As of my last inspection on July 14th, 2022, the violation still remains as depicted in the photos and entered for the record. And right now the city is opposed to any further extensions.
Sir, please state your name.
Timothy Bolger.
Okay, why can't we get this project started?
Actually, we are just several days from being completed. The only thing we're waiting on now are 5 pallets of pavers, which is a small section on the south side of the driveway. All the rest of the pavers are done, and we have 5 drains that need dropped. Custom informed us that we should receive the pavers, or they should receive the pavers either tomorrow or Monday. And there's literally only about 2 or 3 days work left, and then it's done.
Okay, all right. Anything else from the city?
No, if you want to do the 28 days with a mandatory reappearance
Okay.
for August 25th, 2022, so that they can complete it, that would be fine.
Okay, I'm going to give you a 28-day extension, so everything can be complete. Make sure you call for an inspection when you're done, and if it's closed out, then, you may not have to reappear. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030198, case address 3120 West Broad Boulevard, owner Green Trails 3 LLC. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 5/8/22. One section not complied at $100 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting CE 22030198 for property located at 3120 West Broward Boulevard. Case was previously heard at the 4/28/22 hearing, where the magistrate found for the city and ordered 10 days to comply or be fined $100 per day thereafter. A reinspection was conducted on 5/11/22 and showed that the violation for trash and litter remained on the property and fines began to accrue. As of 7/23/22, the property remains in violations as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting a 10-day extension to allow time to re-inspect the property. They said that they have cleaned the property as of yesterday.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Skadoff, I'm the manager of Green Trails 3, which owns the property, and with me is Mr. JP, who's the operations manager for Dutch Pot.
All right, are you in agreement with the 10-day extension, and have you in fact completed and complied the property?
Yes, I just personally inspected the property on Saturday, and it was spotless, so yes, we would like to have the 10-day reinspection period.
Okay. So ordered, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 56. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22020644, case address 1651 Northwest 28th Avenue, owner Miguel Landrew. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/30/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day. $1,000 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22020644. Address 1651 Northwest 28th Avenue. This case came before the magistrate on 5/26/22, where the evidence was presented and found for the city. These violations were first cited on February 17/22. A 30-day extension was granted on March 17 by Supervisor White. A total of 8 inspections were made on the property. The property is not in compliance. The owner of the property is requesting an extension, and the city is willing a 35-day extension.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Miguel Landrew.
Are you in agreement with a 35-day extension?
I would like to request 60 days if it's possible. I do have, as you can see in the photos, I just had the concrete poured. As of yesterday, I can finally park the cars on the concrete, so that leaves the landscape. Unfortunately, I do have a medical procedure happening next week. That's going to take me out for about 2 to 3 weeks. And the last part of this is I'm doing it myself, so I need to recover and then be able to do it.
Any objection to 63 days?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. 63 days, do you want a reappearance or no?
Yes.
Okay, 63 days in order to reappear, but when you're done, just let her know so that she can hopefully comply the case before that.
Question, will the fines be suspended during that
Yes,
time?
the fines will be suspended during that time, and good luck with your procedure,
Thank
sir.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 46. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Case number CE 19081100. Case address 666 West Broad Boulevard. Owner Burger King Corp. number 43 in care of Ryan. This case was first heard on 1/16/2020 to comply by 3/19/2020. There are 4 suspensions notated on the agenda. 5 sections complied at $250 per day. A total of $155,250 accrued, and the city is requesting $10,000.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 19081100, located at 666 West Broward Boulevard. This case first came before Special Master in January 6th of 2020, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on August 19 of 2019, and a total of 27 re-inspections have been done on the property. I'm happy to say that we have compliance on this particular property, ma'am. The property owner is actually here with us today, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Russ Lobello.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of the fines from $155,250 to $10,000?
Unfortunately, I'm not, Your Honor. We have several letters in the file that show that the county and the city were at odds with the property, and that took them years. We still don't have actually a clear scope of work yet to complete. I actually spent several thousands of dollars complying. I have to redo all of that work all over again once the county and the city are done squabbling about
What does that have to do with picking up the trash?
The trash was complied years ago. It was actually the parking lot that was not in the building. Those are the 2 outstanding issues for the last 2 years. And the parking lot, I spent $35,000 repairing, where I have to tear it all back up again to tie into the city sewer system and close 2 approaches, as well as I have to do significant landscaping that's going to tear up all the landscaping, all the work I've done.
Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor, he's actually absolutely correct that the last violations were the landscaping and the parking lot itself, ma'am.
Can you speak up a little? I didn't hear what you
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, the last violations, as owner said, were the parking lot and the actual ground cover, and it took him a while for that because of the situation that he had with the Broward County. City stands with the fines that are requesting, Your Honor.
Okay. What I'm looking at is 138 days out of compliance for trash pickup, 138 days out of compliance for landscaping, 69 days out of compliance for a fence. All of this has nothing to do with what you're talking about. I'm going to grant the city's request for a $10,000 fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 27. Captain Robert Casarich. Case number FC 211-10010. Case address 817 Northwest 57th. Oh, he stepped out, I'm sorry. We'll recall his case. Our next case is on page 57. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 220407770. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, K through 2. Owner Thor Gallery, A Beach Place LLC. In care of Ryan LLC, Davina Taveras. This case was first heard on 7/12/22 to comply by 7/22/22. 1 section not complied at $50 per day. $300 is accrued, and this is a request for an extension. On page 58, case number CE 220407771 for the 417 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, Thor Gallery at A Beach Place LLC. In care of Ryan LLC, Davina Taveras. This case was also heard on 7/12/22 to comply by 7/22/22. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $300 accrued, and this is a request for an extension. Also on page 58 is case number CE 22050380 for the same property address, same property owner. Case also heard on July 12, 2022 to comply by July 22nd, 2022. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $600 is accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement Code Officer Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22040770, property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This case was first heard on July 12, 2022, given 10 days to comply for the following violations. 651-1, there is artificial light specifically that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There is exterior light, including the main corridors walkway that can be seen from the beach. 651-2, there is artificial lights that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The security light on the main corridors walkway can be seen on the beach. There has been a total of 6 inspections at this property, and there has been some progress, but it's not in full compliance. The city is not opposing to an extension. No, we are opposing to an extension. I'm sorry. We are opposing to an extension.
Okay, all right. Sir, please state your name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stephen Tilbrook with Ackerman Law Firm representing Beach Place and Thor Gallery. This is our first request for an extension. This is a very significant site on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It is the Beach Place. It was part of the redevelopment of Fort Lauderdale Beach back in the 90s. It is a special entertainment district that is open and is encouraged and required to be open until 4 a.m. in the morning. Lighting and security is very important for this property. We've been working with the city for some time on achieving compliance. It's a very complex site. There's multiple tenants and there's extensive amount of outdoor space. This is basically an entertainment complex that is oriented towards the beach. That was back in the 90s when we wanted to revitalize Fort Lauderdale Beach. Since then, the turtle lighting compliance has become an issue.
Progress has been made on.
We've made, one of the challenges is there's a significant lead time to get these outdoor lights that are in the amber color. And we've done about a third of the lights have been fixed, and about a third of our tenants have brought their facilities into compliance. We've got about 2/3 left to do. We had requested an extension on Monday. They haven't come out yet, but we're hoping to have them come out tonight. That will bring one of the properties. We have 3 parcel ID numbers. For such a large site, we've got 3 parcel ID numbers. We believe one is in compliance. We'll get a compliance determination tonight. We requested an extension of 90 days back before the last hearing. Unfortunately, my client had COVID and was not able to be at the last hearing, so we're here. This is our first hearing on this and our first request for extension. Our electrician is telling us it's going to take 90 days to get these lights ordered and installed because there's like a 60-day lead time. Everybody's ordering these lights right now. So that's why we're requesting the extension of time, and we're also asking time to get our tenants to bring theirs into compliance because we don't have control over their premises. We're having to put legal measures to threaten to evict them unless they turn their TVs off and their lights off to come into compliance.
Your Honor, if I could. For the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. As Your Honor knows, this is not a new law or a new mandate. It's a very important federal and state initiative to protect the sea turtles. So I hear council's plight that they're back ordered, but a 90-day extension basically takes it almost to the end of the sea turtle season. And again, this is not a new law on the books this year. This has been a well-established initiative at multiple levels to protect the sea turtles.
And we agree. And in fact, a 60-day with an opportunity to reappear would probably do us. I don't know that we'll be fully in compliance within 60 days, but I think we'll have made significant progress.
Your Honor, if I may as well, Senior Inspector Calhoun for the City of Fort Lauderdale. So I was actually involved with Beach Place since last year. I had multiple meetings, Zoom meetings. I met with the manager of Beach Place and the assistant manager on numerous occasions. We actually met out there at nighttime to test a couple of the lights as a temporary solution. It's just changing them to amber bulbs. I've met with all the tenants more than once to try to gain compliance with the tenants. They're very well aware this has been going on. I have emails here that I would like to enter for the record that date back from August 18th, 2021 of last year. And on multiple emails, Michelle mentioned that the lights were already ordered, so from back then. But on each email, you see there's another, challenge, so on and so forth. But this has been going on since last year. I just wanted that.
And we have made progress. I mean, we have made progress. Some of the tenants have been brought into compliance. We have changed several of the bulbs. The problem is some of the fixtures deteriorate when in a beach environment. We have to replace the fixture on some of these fixtures as well. So it's a complex project, and we're doing our best. This is our first request for an extension, and we're just asking for your consideration.
Yeah, but this is not the first time, this has been going on for a year. I don't know what another extension is going to do. I'm going to decline the request for extension.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to read the other cases. All right, case number CE 22040771, property address 17 South Lauderdale Beach Boulevard.
I read in all of them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right,
Thank you.
We're recalling the case on page 27 with Captain Robert Casarich for FC 211-10010, case address 817 Northwest 57th Street, owner Carter Property Enterprises, Inc. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 2/24/22. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda, 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $5,400 accrued. The city requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Casarich with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case FC 211-110010 for the property address of 817 Northwest 57th Street. This is another order to reappear where they have been working towards compliance, and every time they seem to be getting inspections out there, building department was requiring additional permits to be pulled, electrical permits, mechanical permits. They're still in that process, and this is something that has not gone without continued effort. And we would support 63 days on this one also.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Devin Schmidt.
Are you in agreement with a 63-day extension?
I am.
All right, I'll suspend the fines during that period.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 51 and 52. On page 51, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22050300, case address 1429 Southeast 14th Street, owner Randy D. King Trust, Randy D. King trustee. This case was first cited on 6/8/2022 to comply by 6/18/22. 1 section not complied at $150 per day, $5,850 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation. On page 52, case number CE 22050333, case address 1424 Southeast 14th Street, owner Randy D. King Trust, Randy D. King trustee. This case was cited on 6/18/22 to comply by 6/18/22. 1 section not complied at $150 per day. A total of $5,850 accrued. The city requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Allow me just 1 second. Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22050333. This is in reference to the property 1424 Southeast 14th Street. This property was issued 3 citations. For the following violations, it was 47-19.3H, which has been complied, no fines assessed. 4734.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There are marina-like activities taking place at the subject residential property that includes but is not limited to the storage of vessels not documented to the property owner. 8-91G has been withdrawn. Subject property was found storing 2 vessels, of which only one is registered to the property owner. The 2 vessels are as follow. Is a 2018 Viking named Heaven Sent, registered to Heaven Sent Brokers out of 1429 Southeast 14th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33316. Second one is a 2006 Hatteras named Lady Michelle, registered to Tate Charters, Inc., 2830 West State Road 84, Suite 102, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33312. As per section 47-34.1.A.1, and in compliance with the ULDR, the city considers storage of vessels that are not registered to the property owner not in compliance with what is permitted within the parameters of the use of a single-family RS8 zone property. The city has been made aware by the owner that the dock rental is not taking place on the property, as the vessels belong to colleagues and longtime friends of the property owner for when they come to visit South Florida or when the vessels are traveling through the Caribbean islands. Communication has been maintained with the property owner and his attorney in reference to the subject violation. And at this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $5,850, which continue to accrue until all violations have been complied.
Okay, is the violation on Heaven Sent, is that complied?
Well, the Heaven Sent is registered to the property. It's the other vessel that was not.
Okay, it's just showing us complied, so, all right.
Are you looking
Okay, sir,
at-
please state your name for the record.
Well, Your Honor, John Phillips. I'm representing Mr. King, who's here. And we do have a couple witnesses that may elucidate the situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Phillips, did your client file an appeal in this case?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
I filed it.
all right. I'm showing no appeal was received by the city.
Well,
Correct, Your Honor. No timely appeal was received.
I have, I filed it in notice of representation, which was hand-delivered and also emailed to the city. But
The citation itself has a requirement
Yeah.
that you file an appeal within 15 days.
Yeah.
If that appeal is not filed, the code does not give me any discretion except to impose the fine. Now, your client, once the property is brought into compliance, can avail themselves of the lien reduction program. And, you know, I would encourage you to do that if you think you have good cause for it. But I don't have any discretion under the code if an appeal is not filed.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I had COVID I submitted to the city. But before we get to that, Your Honor, if I can give a little bit of background.
Your Honor, respectfully, it's a jurisdictional issue under Section 1119G. If the appeal is not filed and received within that timeframe, the violation is deemed admitted, and as Your Honor noted, Your Honor has no discretion with regard to the imposition of a fine.
Yes, and I'm also noticing that this was, this motion for extension of time was filed on July 1st, and the appeal deadline was June 23rd.
Yes, ma'am.
So the appeal time had already passed. So I'm not in a position to give your client any relief today.
Well, Judge, before we get there, Mr. Garcia, there were 3 citations for both properties. There was setbacks for both, which were withdrawn. There was illegal renting on the docks, which were withdrawn. And the only cases pending today are that there's illegal use under the land code, and the code does not prevent him allowing people to use his dock.
And if you had, if your client had filed a timely
Yeah.
appeal, I could have heard that argument. The problem is that once the appeal is not filed, then they do not give me any discretion. The
Well,
code.
Judge, I provided there that the extension of time when I had filed that, so I do believe you have the ability to do that under the circumstances, particularly with COVID.
Well, I disagree because the extension of time was not filed before the appeal deadline passed. So that's my ruling, and there's nothing else I could do for you today. I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips.
Well, Rhonda, don't they, for extensions of time for COVID-related items, aren't they allowed?
No,
Why not?
because first of all, it's a jurisdictional issue, under 1119G. The appeal has to be filed within the 15 days. Doesn't require an attorney to file. All you have to do is email, which is provided on the body of the citation, to email code and ask for an administrative hearing. As the magistrate said, your request for extension of time was weeks after the deadline to file for the appeal. It's a jurisdictional issue.
Well,
And it would be for any court.
can I just ask if, but getting Mr. Garcia, I think he's prepared to tell us that because there's no city ordinance that prevents Mr. King allowing friends to use his dock, and I filed an affidavit of no rent. So the renting of the dock charges, which is the basis for the underlying 47 ULDR violation, doesn't exist. And I think he's prepared to confirm that.
Unless the city wants to withdraw on that basis, I still have no jurisdiction except to impose the fine.
Yeah. Mr. Garcia, is that something that's you're amenable to based upon your knowledge that there's no renting and Your Honor, there's no code that defines use of dockage.
You may
So
be
that-
absolutely correct, but once the appeal is not filed, I can't hear any legal arguments to that effect.
Mr. Garcia?
Unless the city agrees with you and wants to withdraw, I have no power here.
Mr. Garcia?
I think they're having a chat.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Again, there was no formal appeal on record, and we would just like to move forward with the case. The non-permitted land use that we cited you under is for RS8 property and using the property to store vessels that were not owned by the property owner. So that's our basis for doing that.
Mr. White, there's no definition in the code about that prevents use of dockage by a.
But again, there was no appeal, so at this time, I can't hear the case.
I just can't help you. That's the way the code reads, and that's going to be true for every single citation case that comes before me with where an appeal was not filed. That's going to be consistent.
Again, for the record, I would just like to present some evidence for purposes of certiorari.
Your Honor, we would object to that because, again, it's a jurisdictional issue, and the code is clear in Section 11-19G that if the administrative appeal is not timely filed, a violation is deemed admitted, and the magistrate shall impose the fines. So any evidence
Disagree. I'd like to proffer the record. I have an expert witness here.
It's the way the code reads, and you're welcome to appeal me.
Well, I'd like to proffer that we have an expert witness that this is not marina-like activities. I have Mr. Madfis that it's not marina-like activities. I'd like to proffer that Mr. Garcia would testify that there's no definition of.
Your Honor, I'm going to
this-
object to
excuse
that,
me,
first of
excuse
all.
me.
No, I'm not going to excuse you because you don't have the right to summarize what a city witness is going to testify to.
All right,
And
I
again,
would-
Your Honor,
I would like to proffer.
there's no proffering on a case where the jurisdictional issue prevents the appeal from being substantively heard.
Well, Your Honor, can you rule on the motion for extension of time based upon what was filed?
I'm denying the motion. I am telling you that I cannot hear evidence because everything is deemed admitted under the code if you don't file for an appeal. And that's my basis. I don't have the authority to do anything. The code says I shall enter the fine, and I'm entering the
Okay.
fine.
I'd also like to proffer that Mr. King is here to testify, and I've given you his affidavit.
Your Honor, I
that there
believe
has-
you've made your
excuse me.
ruling, and this is improper, an attempt to get in evidence that is not properly before this tribunal.
I'm allowed to proffer for the record.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
So anyway, Judge, I also proffer that Mr. King has not rented it. The code does not prevent this. There's no
Okay,
definition.
Sir, listen to me. I know you brought witnesses.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that you brought witnesses. But as I told you, everything is deemed admitted under the code, and I have no authority but to impose the fine, which I'm doing, and the hearing is now ended.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and this is for two cases, one on page 51 and one on page 52.
He's a neighbor.
Sir, I can't hear witnesses.
I
Sir,
think
sir,
I apologize, I signed up to speak.
he's not a witness, he's a neighbor.
Yeah, I'm a neighbor to speak on the matter.
sir, the hearing's over.
I was told I could come here to speak on the matter on
Well,
behalf
you,
of our neighborhood.
well, I'm sorry, the hearing is over and I've already ruled.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22060264, case address 316 Southwest 13th Street, owner Daniel Alcantara. This case was first heard on 6/11/22 to comply by 6/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no citation was, no appeal was received for the citation.
Your mic's not on.
Hello? Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 22060264. Address is 316 Southwest 13th Street. The property was inspected on June 11th, 2022, and a citation was issued for Section 24-27B. There are containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to the approved location. The property was posted with a copy of the citation on June 11th, 2022. The property was re-inspected June 15th, 2022, and the violation remained. I inspected the property again on June 18th, 2022, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 3 times. Property was posted for special magistrate July 13th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was June 22nd, 2022, and it came into compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of the citation to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
Your Honor, Daniel Alcantara.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
I did not. I was in Las Vegas when this happened. I called the officer. He explained what happened, but I was out of town and I couldn't physically move them where he had asked me to. I have my flight information if that's something that I can present. When I spoke to him on the phone, he told me bring them to this location. I said I would. At the time, he didn't tell me this has to be done today, tomorrow. He just said, bring them here. And I said, okay. So when I flew back the next day, I moved them where he asked me to
Okay, when were you back?
on the 22nd. I flew overnight from Las Vegas. The 21st, landed at
Okay,
7 in
well,
the
you
morning.
still
on the
had
20
4 days to file an appeal, and you didn't. The instructions on filing the appeal are on the citation, and as a result of that, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. There is a program that you can apply for where you may be given leniency on that, and it's the lien reduction program. And I would encourage you to file the paperwork on that. And you'll explain to me what happened at that hearing, and I will try to work with you, okay?
Okay, so I still don't know how much the fines are.
Pardon me?
I don't know how much the fines are.
The fines are $8,000.
$8,000?
Yes. And the law gives me no discretion but to impose the fine at this hearing, but you can apply for lien reduction, and I would encourage you to do that.
When I spoke to you, why didn't you tell me that I had to file an appeal? He just told me you have to move this. He didn't tell me I have to file an appeal or anything.
You know, it's really not the inspector's job to give you legal advice. That's why we put everything in writing on the citation.
I know, but I spoke to him, and he just told me all you have to do is move them back. That's it.
Sir, the best I can do for you is to encourage you to apply for the lien reduction process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, Supervisor Bass presenting case number CE 22060116, case address 825 Northeast 11th Street, owner Floorville, St. Louis. This case was cited on 6/6/22 to comply by 6/16/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. $6,150 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass on behalf of Inspector Paul Garrett Del Grosso, presenting the case and address is read. This property was first cited on June 6th for section 47-19.9, given 10 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $150 per day. The inspector did have conversation with the owner, which was Floral St. Louis, who stated that he was in the process of having his tenants removed. However, they did not come into compliance within the time requested for them to come into compliance. No appeal was received for the citation. So at this time, the city is asking for full imposition of the fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Rafael St. Louis.
Okay, Mr. St. Louis, did you file an appeal in this case?
My tenants is rented from me. He's gonna move out. So he clean up everything. Everything been cleaned up. I speak to.
Okay, sir, but in order for me to hear about this, you would have had to file an appeal. Unless the city wants to show leniency, I have no authority. So their position is to impose the fine, and that's what I have to do. I would encourage you, you can file for lien reduction through that process, and we will try to hear you at that time.
I don't know that, Mr. I speak to the inspector, and everything been clean, and
So, Your Honor, he's saying that he's in compliance now. As of the last inspection, he was not in compliance. If he's saying he's in compliance now, we will conduct a reinspection. But as of now, the city still stands for the imposition of the fines to date. And if he is in compliance, he can come back and request for a lien reduction for the amount of days that he was out of compliance, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to impose the fines.
Thank you.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 57. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22030071, case address 1115 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner John Maltby. This case was first heard on 6/14/22. To comply by 7/12/22, one section not complied at $25 per day, $375 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Court Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2203-0071, property address 1115 Northeast 16th Ave. This case came before the magistrate on June 14, 2022, given 28 days to comply for the following violations. 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Property owner contacted me on July 12, 2022, seeking an extension. An inspection on July 14, 2022, revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation is depicted. I've spoken to the property owner on numerous occasions. He is making effort to get into compliance, so the city is requesting 21 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day.
Sir, please state your name.
John Maltby?
Okay, Mr. Maltby, are you in agreement with a 21-day extension?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll suspend the fines during that time. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 45. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE. Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 210-90632. Case address 813 Northwest 17th Street. Owner Vina Wright, Dennis Basma, and all others. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 6/2/22. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $4,125 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 210-90632 for property located at 813 Northwest 17th Street. This case was first heard on 4/28/2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 2nd, 2022. At this time, violations are not in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed, with the fines continue to accrue.
Sir, please state your name.
Dennis Bosma.
Okay, sir, why is it taking so long for the property to come into compliance?
Say again.
Why is it taking so long to correct the violations?
No excuse. I haven't been currently working at it. I didn't see the notice, and right now I'm trying to correct everything.
Okay. All right, sir. What have you done on these violations that would warrant me giving you more time? Tell me what you've done so far.
Okay, first of all, I made sure the trash cans are in the backyard or side yard where they belong. I have started sprinkling the lawn and to try to, I had replaced the whole front yard with sod. Some of it was lifted from there, but I didn't keep it watered, and that's why that's why the sod isn't complete now. Some of this is.
Do you now have an operating sprinkler system, or do you have an operating sprinkler system to keep the sod going?
I don't understand what you're saying.
How do you water your sod?
I still can understand you.
Okay, all right. So what we have is that you need to do this landscaping, okay?
Okay.
And you need to do it soon.
Okay, I plan on replacing the whole driveway because you don't like the way it is. I'll be working to clean up. I painted the whole house. I'll have to scrub it and paint it again.
Okay, so the painting's been done? The painting's been done?
That is the new painting. I have to scrub the porch again because the mildew has built up again. I have put some material down to alleviate the problem, but
Sir, how much time do you think you need?
I'd like 2 months, but 1 month I could probably get it done.
All right, sir, I'm going to give you 35 days extension, and I'll suspend the fines during that period, but you have to get everything done. And if you're not sure and you don't understand what the violations are, please talk to the inspector after this hearing and make sure you're aware of everything that you need to do, okay?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 40. Nope. Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE22020641, case address 2931 Southwest 13th Street, owner Gwendolyn Whitfield. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 5/31/22. One section complied at $25 per day. $375 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Mark Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, CE 22020641, for property located at 2931 Southwest 13th Court. This case was previously heard at the 5/10/22 hearing where the magistrate found for the city and ordered 21 days to comply or face a fine of $25 per day thereafter. A reinspection was conducted on 5/31/22 and showed that the property remains in violation for derelict vehicles being stored on the property. As of 7/23/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting an extension of 10 days to allow reinspection. The homeowner has since complied the vehicle.
Okay, yeah, it's on my list as complied. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Gwendolyn Whitfield.
Okay, Ms. Whitfield, are you in agreement with a 10-day extension so that the inspector can re-inspect your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Bover Exantus. Case number CE211-00492. Case address 1500 Northwest 18th Court, owner Dash Project, Inc. This case was first heard on 2/24/22. Is there a respondent for 1500 Northwest 18th Court? Three sections not complied at $100 per day. $26,300 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Do I speak?
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE21100492, property address 1500 Northwest 18th Court. This case first come before the magistrate on February 24th, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 126 days to comply with violation 9-308B, which is non-compliance, and 35 days to comply with violations 9-305B and violation 18-12A. Your Honor, I want to state it. This case was inspected on March 31st, 2022. Property remains on violations, and also on April 30th, 2022, where the trash, overgrowth, debris remains on the property. And on July 1st, property was re-inspected for violation 9-308B, which is now, which was the exact date for compliance, and the roof is now in compliance. And a notice of hearing was handed to to the property owner on July 13th, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 22nd, 2022, and also on July 28th, 2022, as depicted in the photos. So the violation that is remaining right now at this time is violation 18-12A, which is for the trash and debris, which is not in compliance, and the city would like to impose full imposition of fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Me? Sonia Agarwal.
Okay, why is this property not in compliance?
Just a comment. A lot of numbers were stated, and I didn't understand the numbers. As of today, actually no. My understanding is there was 3 issues. One was the roof, as it pertains not being in compliance. As it pertains to the roof, I
don't think we're here on the roof, are we?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't copy that.
Are we here on the roof?
Yes, Your Honor, we also here for the roof as well, and the roof is in compliance right now.
1 second.
9-308B is complied, which is for the roof. 9-305B is complied, which is for the landscape. And 18-12A is not in compliance, which is for the trash, overgrowth, and debris.
Okay, all right, I didn't read far enough that the trash was on the roof, okay?
I'm sorry, because there's a lot of numbers. Am I speaking about the roof, or am I only speaking about the trash?
No, that's in compliance, and the other one's in compliance, but during the time they were out of compliance, they racked up substantial fines.
So my only comment with that would be the roof. We have a leak at the property. Because we have a leak at the property, we put a tarp on the roof, which is required by my insurance policy. And the other requirement of the insurance policy is that you cannot remove the tarp for at least 90 days because they have, by some law, 90 days to do their inspection. They is the insurance company. All of that happened, and I now have a permit open to fix the roof because that 90 days elapsed. So I had to leave the tarp on there because it's a Florida law to allow 90 days to an insurance company. And so my comment on that one, I guess regarding the fines, is I couldn't have removed the tarp or else I would have been in violation of my insurance company, and so they wouldn't have been able to do their evaluation.
Okay.
I have the permit number if you need it that we finally were able to pull as soon as the insurance company did.
What about why did it take so long to do the landscaping and pick up the trash?
As it pertains to the trash, I have been working with Fort Lauderdale's bulk service. For instance, I called them a week ago to come and do a special bulk pickup, and they're actually coming this week, today or tomorrow, to do another special bulk pickup.
All right, I'm not going to...
And so it is in compliance. I would say if the city could just do another inspection at their earliest convenience, they'd see it's in except for the roof, that is still being worked on by the contractors. The landscaping, the trash, everything else is in compliance.
All right. I'm going to give you 10 days so that he can come out and inspect and fully comply the property, but then you're going to have to come back and address these fines. I'm not going to rule on them today till everything's done.
Okay, my only comment, ma'am, is the roof. The roof is still not fixed because the permit is open.
Okay, well, the roof is complied.
Okay. And then that pile, the city is coming to get today or tomorrow.
Okay, you have 10 days to finish this property and then come back and address the fines.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Oh, a question. Can we set another hearing to go over it again?
Okay, I'll issue an order to reappear on my next, well, actually, I'm going to be here August 9th because I'm covering for the other magistrate. What? Okay, all right. All right, you have an order to reappear on August 25th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 55. Supervisor Stephanie Bass. Case number CE 211-20141. Case address 1208 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owner Claudia Alvarez and Troy Fulford. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 5/5/22. Suspended 5/26/22 to 7/28/22. One section complied at $25 per day. $500 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case 1208 Northeast 16th Avenue, CE 211-20141. This case was first heard on March 24th, 2022, when Magistrate found for the city. As of July 25th, the property was brought into compliance. The city is requesting no fines to be imposed at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Troy Fulford.
Okay, I'm assuming you're agreeing with no fines.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2206-0262. Case address 308 Southwest 12th Court. Owner Dennis Ely. This case was cited on 6/11/22 to comply by 6/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 22060262. Property address is 308 Southwest 12th Court. The property was inspected on June 11th, 2022, and a citation was issued for Section 24-27B for the trash containers being left overnight after collection day and not pulled back to the approved location. The property was posted with a copy of the citation on June 11th, 2022. The property was re-inspected on June 15th, 2022, and the violation remained. I again inspected the property June 18th, 2022, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 3 times. Property was posted for the special magistrate hearing on July 13th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was on June 22nd, 2022, and it was in compliance at that time. The city is requesting the full amount of the citation to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
Dennis Ely.
Okay, Mr. Ely, did you file an appeal in this case?
I've been dealing with COVID, Your Honor, and I'm also have a small farm in Indiana that I was at specifically during this time. And unfortunately got COVID, but I have 2 issues. Number one, I can't believe the city would put a $200 a day fine on not having your garbage out the next day.
Yeah, sir, unfortunately.
That's shocking.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless the city wants to show you lenience for your situation, I don't have any authority unless you file an appeal to do anything but impose the fine. But what I would encourage you to do is to file for a lien reduction, and then I'll be happy to listen to what these mitigating circumstances and hopefully be able to help you then.
And I think you'll find that there were, an earlier gentleman was on my cul-de-sac, and I think another one of my neighbors or several of my neighbors were also posted because they're not always picking up our garbage and recyclables.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do I remove the can and they come later? I mean, there's got to be some addressing done to the reliability of your, if you're not picking it up as a city to your contractor.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over that, but
I don't either.
You know, yeah, you could.
But the city does charge us. The
city
city is who
that.
bills us out.
Okay,
So-
I would encourage you to apply for lien reduction, okay?
And,
She can help you with that. Thank you.
$200 a day? What are
yeah.
retired people like me? That's insane.
I-
I'm a 46-year resident of this
I
city.
understand, I do. And that's why I'm encouraging you to apply for lien reduction.
And I say,
because-
vote. Everybody vote.
Yeah.
Our next case is on page 45. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22031022. Case address 1916 Southwest 11th Street. Owner MPG 1916 LLC. This case was cited on 3/29/22 to comply by 3/31/22. Suspended 5/26/22 to 6/5/22. One section complied at $150. $8,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22031022, reference to the property 1916 Southwest 11th Street. This property was issued a citation by previous area inspector Robert Meneses on March 29, 2022 for the violations under section 47-19.4.d.8. The dumpster enclosure is not clean, sanitary, and or closed or working properly. As per the photos depict, the violation remained active until June 8, 2022, and as per the records of the case, the violation was complied. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $8,700.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Xiomara Ibarra Blackmore.
Okay, and did you file an appeal in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I have no discretion but to impose the fine today, but you can avail yourself of the lien reduction program.
We will.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22050609. Case address 916 Southeast 12th Street, owner Shay, Leilani LLC. This case was cited on 5/22/22 to comply by 5/23/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $11,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 22050609. Address is 916 Southeast 12th Street. The property was inspected on May 22nd, 2022, and a citation was issued for Section 24-27B for the trash containers being left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. The property was posted with a copy of the citation on May 22nd, 22. The property was re-inspected May 23rd, 2022, and the violation remained. I inspected the property again May 26, 2022, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 5 times. Property was posted for the special magistrate hearing on July 13th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was on July 21st, 22, and it was in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of the citation to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
My name is John Bennett. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Inspector Santos.
Mr. Bennett, was an appeal filed in this case?
No, there wasn't, and I'm not going to ask you to repeat again the
Thank
process.
you. Thank you.
But may I appeal to the city for leniency at this time?
Through the lien reduction process, you can tell me the circumstances, and then I can afford you leniency if I feel that there are mitigating circumstances.
Yes, I understand, but can I ask the city
You could
now?
ask him what he want, whatever you want, but
Okay.
this hearing is for me to impose fines, that's
Right.
it. Okay.
So just, I'll be brief because, we've been here long enough. So
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to speak to him after the hearing because I have no discretion but to impose the fine at this hearing.
But he can decide what he asks for now, right? He could ask for less than the $11,800 fine now.
Well,
because-
actually, that was imposed by the prior special magistrate, so I don't think.
Prior special magistrate?
Pardon me?
This is the first hearing on this subject that I'm aware of.
Yeah, this is the first hearing, sorry.
So, sir, what I would suggest maybe stepping aside, speaking to the code officer and/or supervisor if applicable, and if there amenable to any sort of agreement, we can recall it, and then the magistrate can modify her order. That would be my suggestion.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. Just for the record, I just want to state that the fine that's being imposed is $2,000 more than the fine for sneaking a loaded weapon onto an airplane. It's twice what one would get for your third DUI caught driving with a minor in the car.
Yeah,
So for having my trash cans visible from the street, it seems just a bit excessive.
Believe me, I appreciate that, but that's something, you know.
I understand.
You know, because I don't have that discretion, you have to take that up with the city commission.
I was trying not to make you say it again, but anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Our next case is on page 26 with Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22050140. Case address 718 Southeast 17th Street. Owner Jonah Properties LLC in care of Richard J. Rose, MD. This case was cited on 5/4/22 to comply by 5/5/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. $12,450 accrued, and this is a citation appeal.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22050140 in reference to the property 718 Southeast 17th Street. This property was issued a citation on May 4th, 2022 under Section 15-28 for the violation under business tent test. At this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt or any registration with the City of Fort Lauderdale and/or state. For reference, please refer to the photos submitted as evidence. On May 4, 2022, a complaint was received that an illegal COVID testing operation was taking place on the subject property. Record search was performed and no permits or a business license reflecting the COVID test site were found. In addition, a website was discovered under www.tenttest.com, of which allows people of interest to book and set appointments to have COVID tests done. As of May 5th, 2022, the signage on the property was removed, but the website remains active, allowing persons to book appointments online with the subject property address. As per Chapter 15-34 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, the fact that any person or entity represented himself as being engaged in any business, occupation, or profession for which a business tax receipt is required for the transaction of business or the practice of such profession shall be evidence of the liability of such person to pay a business tax, regardless of whether the person or entity actually transacts any business or practices a profession. Profession given at any location advertising a business or profession in the classified section of the telephone directory or city directory or any other type of media shall be evidence that such person or entity is holding himself out of the public as being engaged in a business or profession. As of today, the property remains in violation due to the website www.tenttest.com remaining active. City is requesting the full imposition of fines to the sum of $12,450, which continues to accrue until the violation has been complied.
Sir, please state your name.
Brooke Rose.
Okay, and why don't you have a license to do business?
Good morning, Judge Flynn. My name is Brooke Rose. I actually have a little bit of a statement, which will explain. And I'm here under power of attorney for my father, Richard Rose, who is 83, bedridden, and with full-time care, and he's unable to appear. I flew in from Washington, D.C. to be here. My father owns a small strip center on 17th Street. A new tenant, which was licensed as a massage business, set up a tent to conduct this COVID testing. We learned of this after receiving a citation from the city and immediately contacted the tenant. This was back in May, asking that he immediately remedy the situation. He responded that he would and took down the COVID tent that was at the property. However, we did learn from Inspector Garcia that the tenant continues to have a website regarding this COVID testing. After he responded in May to bring his business in compliance, he has completely stopped communicating with us. Calls, texts, and emails have all gone unanswered. The tenant is not only in default of our lease by operating outside the terms of our lease, but he is also now not paying rent. We have sent a cease and desist and demand letter and are moving forward with eviction. We have no ability to take down the website. Our recourse is eviction, and we've started those proceedings. So I do have with me, communications
The eviction proceedings started.
We sent a demand letter, which was the first step. And that was, I do have a copy of that demand letter.
Okay.
From my,
Okay. All right.
so it's, it's kind of a strange situation. We really have, I've never, clearly we signed, and I also have the lease with me that does show very clearly that you need to, this lease is subject to the tenant obtaining a city business license. So, we are in a rock and a hard place.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No objections to whatever
Okay.
you would like to.
All right. What I'm going to do is to give you an extension. I'll give you 63 days to get your eviction done. And perhaps then the property can be complied, okay?
yes, ma'am.
Suspend the fines during that period.
But how about the fines that have already accrued?
You're going to have to come back and address them once the property's in compliance. And the reason I do that is simple. You could walk out of here with an $11,000 thing being wiped clean, and I may never hear from you again.
Right.
So I'm going to give you an opportunity to comply the property under these circumstances, and then you'll have to come back to address the fines, and you can tell me about it then.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the eviction process in Fort Lauderdale. Is 60 days enough of a time? Because it does sound, in other words, he is not in compliance because he has a website. So the only way for us to put it into compliance is to take him out of that property. So even if a website existed, it would be, there was no business being conducted for that website. Do you follow?
I do, and
The inspector read the portion of the code, unfortunately, that says the advertisement also is sufficient to constitute a violation. I can't give you legal advice, but there certainly may be additional recourse against the tenant directly, either in the context of the eviction or outside of that. But that's something you'd have to
you'll have to ask
an
your lawyer.
attorney about.
During the eviction process, the judge can also enter an order to take down the site, but
Okay.
we can't give you legal
So we will be
advice.
meeting again in 60 days or so?
Well, you have till 60 days. Do you want a notice to reappear?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll do the 63 days and we'll request the order to reappear at your September 29th calendar.
Okay. All right, you'll reappear on my September docket.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 50. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22020090. Case address 2201 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Marvin Durand. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 6/30/22. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,050 accrued. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $1,100 accrued. A total of $5,150 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22020090, reference the property 2201 Southwest 14th Street. This case was first heard on April 28, 2022, of which the magistrate orders 63 days to comply. Property remains in violation as per the photos depict, but communication has been maintained with the property owner, of whom has made great progress to comply with the violations. At this time, the city does not oppose an extension of 91 days and an order to reappear at the October 27th hearing.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Marvin Durand.
Are you in agreement with the 91-day extension and the order to reappear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case is on page 30. With Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 22050730. Case address 5320 North Powerline Road. Owner deeds of Powerline Out Parcel LLC. This case was cited on 5/28/22 to comply by 6/4/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. $7,950 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed. Fines continue to accrue. And no appeal was received for the citation.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 220500730. Case address 5320 North Powerline Road. This property was first inspected on May 28, 2022 by myself following action item complaint, and the following violation was observed. 47-22.9 point. Sign has been erected without the required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Large flat banner side secured to a wall. Founders Shooting Club. Citation was posted, given 7 days for compliance, or fines will commence and accrue at $150 per day. Affidavit of posting along with a copy of the citation were submitted to admin staff for processing and mailing to the owner listed on BCPA records. Per request of the attorney who's present today, yesterday communicated with me that they were in compliance. I conducted a reinspection and the sign has been removed, so it's complied as of yesterday, July 27th. No appeal received for the citation, requesting full imposition.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Michael Pizzi, Esquire.
Okay.
I represent the Desert family, the owners of the property, and I've heard, and
Has your client filed an appeal in this case?
they have not, and I've heard all of the comments throughout the morning, but I fully understand the position of the special magistrate on the issue of the appeal, and I'm fully familiar with the statutes, and I get that. But I do want to just briefly take a second, since I've been here all day, and just make my record for about 30 seconds if I could, because I do have a couple of issues.
Okay.
I think that the notice was, this was a tenant, the Desert family rented the property to a tenant, a property that's been not in use for years. So just to make the record straight, and I understand the jurisdictional issues, the Deserts rented the property to a tenant, a property that has not been in use for many years, and according to the citation, the tenant put up a sign. When the owner found out about it, they took the sign down. When the owner became aware of this, the sign was taken down, and they are in full compliance.
I appreciate that, and that's why we have the lien reduction process, because you will be afforded ample opportunity.
When was the last time he re-inspected the property? How do we determine the amount of how many days they're in compliance? I mean, when was it re-inspected for the last
It was inspected yesterday when you sent me the email that it was in compliance. So yesterday it was complied.
Yeah, and the bottom line here is that I don't have any discretion, because the code clearly states that everything the city says, if you don't file an appeal, is deemed admitted.
Well, I will tell you this. I will instruct every client to immediately appeal every citation, regardless of what's going to happen. But when the owner found out about the violation, they instruct the sign to be taken down. They did what they could do that was in their control.
I understand that, sir, and if you
they took it down. They're in compliance. Why are we imposing the maximum fine on a good neighbor?
Because the property was out of compliance for 53 days. Your client received a citation and no appeal was filed. I've said this over and over and over again. I don't have any power to do anything but impose the fine. If your client wants to file for a lien reduction, if you want to tell them from now on to appeal the citations, that's fine.
Well, the fine started running immediately, almost immediately. The fine started running.
The client didn't have program provides for.
The owner didn't have a meaningful opportunity.
Take this up with the city commission.
But I want to just
or file for a lien reduction.
Okay, but
or whatever other remedies you may have.
I'll tell you this. In 30 years of coming here, I've never had your outstanding city staff and your inspectors not be willing to work with an owner on some reasonable common sense result. And I will tell you, there's, code enforcement's about compliance, and everybody has to act with common sense. And your code department in 30 years has always acted with common sense. But imposing a fine of this amount is again, more than would be imposed if somebody was convicted of an aggravated felony in
I've heard
federal
it all
court.
before, sir, and I'm sorry, but I am employed by the city as a neutral to follow the code. I cannot exceed my authority that the code gives me. You're a lawyer, you should know that.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer, I'm also a city attorney, and I've been a special master myself.
Well, then
So-
you should know about citations, counsel. The property owner was given until June the 4th to comply. The mandatory language in 1119G, as you've heard earlier, is a jurisdictional issue. It is deemed admitted if the property owner does not appeal, which is on the face and on the back of the citation. All the allegations are deemed admitted, and the magistrate shall impose the fine. He or she does not, in our code, does not have any authority to do otherwise, and that's why the magistrate is suggesting if the client wants to go through lien reduction, all of those meritorious arguments on compliance and the tenant as opposed to the owner can be brought forward, and the lien amount, it can be reduced.
And we will do that, and excuse my frustration, but it's just, this is the most punitive fine I've seen assessed for this type of violation with no exercise of any discretion. And I would just want to note, we're going to do the lien reduction process, but I just want to note for the record, so I have my record made for this proceeding, that I think that there are some due process and notice issues in terms of when the owner became aware of it, whether they had a meaningful opportunity to comply, and I just think that,
And counsel, I'm sorry, but if you were a city attorney and a magistrate, you would be aware that when the owner became aware of it is completely legally irrelevant. What's relevant legally is, was notice afforded pursuant to the local code and 162, not when they became aware of it.
Well,
It's
then
legal
I would
notice.
just simply note that with respect, we don't believe that adequate notice was provided in this case. We don't think the fines are reasonable. The owner is in full compliance. They came into compliance when they became aware of this. And we, for the record, we object to the imposition of the fine. Notwithstanding that, I understand your position and what you've stated. And in addition to pursuing any other available remedies, which they have, the owner will certainly, on top of those remedies, the owner will absolutely follow the mitigation lien process. And I would note that aside from this case, I've never had your code department. I've never had your code department from the top to the bottom, every inspector. I've never had them not be gracious and reasonable and do what was the right thing with limited discussion. They've always been great. So thank you, and I appreciate it. And thank you for making my record. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next two cases are on page 32. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22040543, case address 203 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was first heard on 6/14/22 to comply by 6/24/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. $1,650 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue. Also on page 32 is case number CE 22040300. Case address 233 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC. This case was first heard on 6/14/2022 to comply by 6/24/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,650 accrued. This is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040543, property address 203 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected for our sea turtle season on April 7th, 2022, cited for the following violations. This case was first heard on 6/14/2022, given 10 days to comply. Due to non-compliance on July 7th, 2022, the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition. But if, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. In speaking with Inspector Sandberg, there has been remediation done. There are amber lights. We looked at some photos, and it appears that this is an operational issue. There was an evening when the inspector observed the appropriate dimming. We do have the dimmers installed. If we could have a very brief 7-day extension, I would prefer to return to you in compliance. Nothing needs to be ordered or added, is my understanding.
Correct. The city's request, is okay with the 7-day extension for the operational of just dimming the lights during that hour of the sea turtle season.
10 days or 7? 10 days I'll give you, because she's got to
10
have
days,
time
fine.
to get the order out.
Understood, Your Honor, and I appreciate it. I'll go over there and observe it myself, so.
I appreciate it, and I know you will.
The glamorous job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next case is the same thing. Case number CE 2204-0300, property address 233 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Property was inspected for sea turtle season on April 7th, 2022, cited for the following violations. Case was first heard on 6/14/2022, given 10 days to comply. Due to non-compliance on July 7th, 2022, violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is recommending 10 days extension.
Okay, just state your name for the record.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner, Your Honor.
Okay, 10 days.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Wanda Aquavela, case number SE 22040022, case address 511 Long Island Avenue, owner Marjorie Nugent and Jihan Drummond, and this is an administrative hearing.
Morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavela for the city. Case and address is read. The property was cited on 4/5/22. Pictures were taken, notice was posted. I re-inspected on 4/7/22. More pictures were taken. My driver went on 4/8/22 and picked it up. I didn't receive any phone calls until afterwards on 4/14, saying she'll contest the charges, and that's all.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Marjorie Nugent.
And what do you want to tell me?
Okay, Your Honor, the tree in question was a rotten tree. It died. It was just standing there, and within the time that she passed by and see the tree under the swale, it fell down. It was across the sidewalk, blocking the driveway. So I had to get it removed. I don't have a husband, so I can't put it in the back and pick it up. So I asked the person to leave it on the swale. She put the notice. I did not realize that I could have called her prior. What I did instead was went down to the code office. When I went to the code office, they said to me, all you have to do is call her. I said, where? They showed me the number. That's when I called you. If you had put there, please call at this number or circle it or said something, I would have. This is my first violation. Never had one at all. So I didn't know the procedure, because if I did know the procedure, I would have followed through. What I did was take my day off and put my happy self down to the code enforcement office where I thought I could take care of the matter.
Ma'am, did you read the notice that was posted? Did you read it?
I read it,
Okay.
but I came home from work. I was tired. I did a quick look, and then I said, okay, I'll just take a day off and go down there and deal with the matter.
Well, it says it has 48 hours for you to comply. So during that 48
I
hours,
thought you
had
mean
called and
48
told
hours for me
this,
to pick it up. There's no way I was going to pick it up.
again, you could have called and told me what the situation
Sweetheart,
was.
if you're set on there, just said, call this number if you have a disagreement, I would have called your number. What did I say I do? I took my happy self down to the code enforcement office. The only thing I'm appealing is this $249. I think that is ridiculous.
Well,
To
those
pick
are
up a
costs
tree.
that were incurred by the city because of your violation.
I don't think it's a violation. I think it's something I could not help. If I could help it, I wouldn't have put it on the swale. I've lived there for 20 years. I know better.
But you've testified, ma'am, that you received the notice.
I received the notice. I
Notice clearly
agree.
says you have 48 hours. You could have called the city and discussed this with them.
I did have 48 hours. I did not know the procedure. She didn't say on the paper, call here. You know, this is, if you've never been in this situation, if you've never been in this situation, you would know what to do. And I've never been in this situation. Ever. And this is why I'm appealing it. Even if you reduce the cost, I would pay but I'm not paying $249.
And ma'am, I would just ask that you be respectful, because to call the inspector sweetheart is not respectful.
Okay, I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Please don't do that.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to fine for the city.
Fine for the city for what?
Whatever the fine was assessed is what you're going to have to pay.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Rafael Santos. Case number CE 22060260. Case address 319 Southwest 12th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Centurion Venture Group LLC. This case was cited on 6/11/22 to comply by 6/12/22. One section not complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation. I'm sorry, the case is complied, but no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Santos presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. KCE 22.
I'm sorry, Rafael. Is Michael here for the case located at 319 Southwest 12th Court? He left? Okay. Disregard. Thank you.
Could we recall KCE 22050609, 916 Southeast 12th Street?
You want us to recall it?
Yeah, that's the gentleman that he wanted to speak with me.
I thought you didn't come to an agreement.
No, we didn't. We were going to impose the fines and.
Right, so there's no no need to recall it.
There's no need to recall. Thank you, Rhonda.
Just ignore what the inspector said.
Our next case is on page 55. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 211-00122. Case address 2800 Northwest 20th Street. Owners G, W, and Helen Leslie. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22. 5 sections not complied at $25 per day, $625 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Jean and Helen Leslie present.
Okay, one moment, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21-100122. This is in reference to the property 2800 Northwest 20th Street. This case was first heard on March 24, 2022, of which the magistrate found for the city. Communication has been maintained with the property owner at this time, and the property owner is working towards complying with all the violations cited, but has had some medical and monetary obstacles during the time ordered to comply. This time, the city does not oppose an extension of compliance of 112 days.
Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Helen Leslie.
Are you in agreement with the 12-day extension?
Are you in agreement with this extension? Yeah, okay. You have to speak up. Yes, what is it we have to do now?
He's giving you a 112-day extension, so your new deadline will be November 17th.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
All right, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 3 with Senior Inspector Dorian Calhoun. Case number CE 22050382, case address 4280 Galt Ocean Drive. Owner Plaza South Association, Inc. Personal service was given to this property on 6/8/22 and posted at City Hall on 7/14/22.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Calhoun for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22050382. Case address is 4280 Galt Ocean Drive. This property was first inspected on May 12th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 6-51.1, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are lights that is eliminating the incorporated beaches that can be seen from the rooms, as well as exterior lights on the north side of the building facing the parking lot. A copy of an inspection report was posted. I mailed a copy to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. The violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also, for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply or a fine of $50 a day until the end of sea turtle season or until the violation is in compliance.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Brad Miller, I'm the general manager of Plaza South.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
I would be in agreement, but the lights that we have an open permit right now, and our contractor lighting of tomorrow has indicated that we will not be able to get the lights for the north lot. We had to get engineering and everything, and we just got the permit yesterday. We're not going to be able to get the lights at least for 6 weeks because they're on back order, and then we'll need probably another 2 weeks. I would respectfully request, if we could, 63 days extension, and if it gets done prior, I'll contact Senior Inspector.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, he's the general manager, and he was allowed to speak, but he doesn't have any kind of order that,
I don't have
notary
power
to
of
say that he can, negotiate anything.
Okay, just as
for
a
the record.
practical matter, is there another way that they can comply? Can't they just turn these lights out?
Well, the lights that he's referring to are the outside lights, so there was 2 violations, or 2 violation codes that were used, multiple violations.
Yeah.
One of them is the lights that come from the rooms, because it's a condo. So those were still in violation, as well as the parking lot lights that he is referring to. He did switch out one of the lights at the bottom, but if they're not all in compliance, we can't comply it.
Right, right. So, I mean, you're going to have to find another way to comply this case. And, you know, without you having power of attorney, you know, anything you said here to me, I'm just asking her to explain it to you to you know, give you something to go on and take back to your association. But I'm going to issue the order for 10 days. And if you have any questions on how you can comply with the back order or whatever, speak to the inspector.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. With Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 22050463, case address 448 Northwest 21st Avenue. Owner, Frank Orphy. Property was posted 7/2/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22050463, case address 448 Northwest 21 Avenue. This property was first inspected on May 18, 2021 by myself following a neighbor complaint, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. Trash also includes but is not limited to shopping cart filled with miscellaneous items. It is a recurring violation of case numbers CE 20120450, CE 21080033, CE 21120535, and CE 22010677. Public nuisance notice was posted on the property and a print form was submitted to admin staff for mailing to the owner listed on BCPA records. A total of 5 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violation was complied on June 8th, 2022. I have been in contact with the property owner and I advise that regardless if compliance was met, the case would be scheduled for magistrate due to the recurring nature of the violation. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist, and I'd like to submit a nuisance notice for the record as well.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Frank Orphe.
Okay. Sir, because you brought the property into compliance, there'll be no fines here today, but the city has asked me to enter a finding of fact that the violation did in fact exist because of the recurring nature of the violation, and therefore, if it happens again, you will be fined.
May I add something for the record, Your Honor?
Sure.
With the nature of that particular neighborhood, I have no control. This is a reoccurring problem. People stop by, drop, contractors dump their stuff on my property. I go pick it up. It is ongoing. These are not the only times. I do this like every month.
Yeah.
So what I did, I cleared the land out and I'm putting a fence. Hopefully that solves the problem.
Okay.
But these are things that's beyond my control.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, this is something that code enforcement and the local police that's supposed to patrol the area should be enforcing. And then the neighbor that's complaining is actually a culprit.
Okay, sir, the way the code reads is the property
I understand the way the code reads.
owner is the one responsible, okay?
I understand, but
So
at the same
if you
token-
have objections to the way it reads, you have to take that up with the city commission. If not, I would suggest you monitor the property more closely to prevent this from happening again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Bover Exantus, case number CE 22031217, case address 1500 Northwest 19th Street, owner 19th Street Family Holdings LLC. This case was cited on 5/12/22 to comply by 5/15/22. One section not complied at $150 per day, $10,950 accrued. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. A total of $11,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was first inspected in March 31st, 2022, and the inspection revealed violation 47-19.4.d.1. The dumpster enclosure is in violation. Violation 24-27F is complied. A citation was issued for the dumpster leads and the dumpster enclosure, providing 72 hours to correct all violations, and or file an appeal within 15 days. Subsequent reinspection included the most recent on June 22nd, 2022, revealed the enclosure still out of compliance. A request for an appeal was not received by the city within the allotted time, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Anthony Gondola. I'm the contractor for Mr. Jihan, the owner of the property.
Was an appeal filed in this matter?
Appeal was not filed,
Okay.
but I spoke with the inspector who gave me, and I understand, I learned a lot today by hearing you, okay? But I deal with inspectors every day for the last 45 years here. No one ever told me I had to file an appeal. I'm not an attorney.
It says so right on the citation, sir.
Totally understand that. But after I spoke to the inspector, he gave me to a very nice lady in your city named Christina, who put me to the code enforcement, head of the code enforcement. I explained to him that the city, he's talking about a dumpster enclosure. He is correct. There is no dumpster enclosure. And the reason there's no dumpster enclosure is because the city is allowing me to build it on the other side of the property.
Okay, sir, this is all well and good, but I do not have the authority to do anything because everything that the city is saying is deemed admitted because the appeal was not filed, okay? But you are welcome to go to the lien reduction process, and I will hear of all these mitigating circumstances, and I will do my best to be fair, okay?
I totally understand you, and I thank you very much for explaining that. But all I'm saying is I have the paperwork from the city. I didn't file an appeal.
I can't look at any evidence.
I totally understand, but I think it's a little bit unfair that I actually went to everybody and asked them. When I fail an inspection, I speak to my inspector with all due respect to him.
You can tell me all this at a lien reduction hearing, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 22040499. Case address 1713 Northwest 7th Court. Owner C&S Developers and Builder and More LLC. Property posted 6/18/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case number CE 22040499, case address 1713 Northwest 7th Court. This property was first inspected on April 14, 2022 by myself during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass, plants, weeds, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and/or its swale. This is a recurring violation of cases CE 22020139, CE 20080305, and CE 19011446. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are leaning, have bent poles, and areas which are not secured properly. This is a recurrent violation of case number CE 22020139. Inspection report was posted and mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 8 inspections have been conducted on the property, and during my pre-hearing inspection on July 23rd, 2022, it was verified that the violation still exists. The property owner has been in contact with me. However, he is upset that he has to come before the magistrate. He feels if he complies, the case should be closed. I explained due to the recurrent nature of the violation, I would be bringing it to the magistrate whether or not compliance was met or not. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations do exist and 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Ian Cato.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am, but, can I say something? I spoke to his supervisor.
It didn't comply. It's still
Okay.
trash.
I have no control over trash being blowed in front of the property. You know, I have no control of that. It's a vacant property which I have fenced around. He's talking about reoccurring, situation. You know, I mean, we don't live there. And, you know,
Sir, there's
we
nothing
tried-
I can
no,
do
hold on
about
a
this.
second,
This
hold
is
on
your
a second.
property, and you have the
We
obligation.
do inspect the property on a once-a-month basis. We cut the grass, we cut the grass, we try to maintain the property. He's talking about a fence that's laying on the ground that we took down and put up a new fence. I don't see that, how is that irrelevant to the fence that's up?
Okay, I'm going to find that the violations exist, and you have 28 days to cure the
Yeah, but I just
violation.
spoke to the supervisor and he said everything was up to par. We
Okay, well,
did the
then they'll go out and re-inspect and comply the case, and there'll be no fines. Okay? 28 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Special Magistrate, if I may, Hula Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor. When we re-inspected the property, it was out of compliance, so that's why we have this order. We're providing the days that was mentioned by the inspector and now affirmed by the magistrate. Per our conversation that we did have over the phone, we do encourage you, and I believe we agreed that you would go to the property more often to try to prevent these issues from reoccurring on there. Also, you know, I believe you had told me that you cut the grass every 3 weeks or so. I would suggest, especially during the summer months, you know, twice a month, because of, you know, the rain and everything. The grass tends to grow a lot quicker.
But did he inspect it? We just cut the grass and cleaned up everything in front of the property.
Well, that's why we're giving the amount of time, and if it's in compliance, we'll just close the case. There'll be no fines assessed.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 220400517. Case address 2200 Northwest 8th Street. Owner Shalonda Copeland. Property posted 7/2/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 220400517, case address 2200 Northwest 8th Street. This property was first inspected on April 14, 2022 by myself during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The top support bar is not secured. There are missing sections of the fence as well as bent poles. 18-4C, there is a derelict red truck being parked or stored on the property within the chain link fence on the lawn. 9-304B, there is a vehicle being parked or stored on the grass lawn area. 24-7B is complied. Inspection report was posted and also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A total of 9 inspections have been conducted on this property, and during my pre-hearing inspection conducted on the 23rd of this month, it was verified that the remaining violations still exist. There has been no contact from anyone representing this property during the course of the case. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Shalonda Copeland. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Copeland, you're in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 28 days?
I am, and let me say this for the record. I did reach out to you. I did receive a notice, and I did place a call, but I didn't get a call back. So, and I also want to say I do call when people dump. I see the mattress in the back. We have a strap yard where I know that we're very well aware that the dumpers come around and they do drop. And I called the cops. I actually spoke to police officers. They've actually come up. I clean up the community. I will make sure that that is repaired within the next 28 days. Are you telling me that I need to move the truck too as well? Because I
Yes,
think,
it's a derelict vehicle and it can't be, one, parked on the lawn, which is what you were cited for, and two, it's a derelict vehicle. It's not registered or operable.
okay, all right, I'll take care of that. So are you the inspector for our community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so afterwards, can we meet and speak?
Yes.
All right,
Okay, so when you have everything done, make sure you call the inspector to come out again and inspect it during that time.
okay, no problem. I'll give him a call.
Thank you, Ms. Copeland, for your
Thank you.
cooperation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 14, Inspector Bover, Exantus, case number CE 211-10148, case address 943 Northwest 14th Street, owner Causely Coutain, property posted 7/13/22, post at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. This property was first inspected on November 23rd, 2021 by former Inspector Brian Lopez, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence that is in disrepair, there are parts of the fence that are bent, tied to with an electrical cord and not fully secure. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is an illegal land use occurring at this property, including but not limited to wheelbarrow, bucket, refrigerator, and other miscellaneous item. This is an illegal land use in this RS8 zoning. In violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. Violation 47-34.4.B.1. There's overnight parking of commercial vehicles and or watercraft at this property. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 13, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 22nd, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 for each day, for each violation and each day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Yeah, my name is Causely Coutain.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I need some more time.
Okay, how much time do you need?
I need about 6 months.
That's not going to happen. There's no reason why.
Yeah, because I'm doing the work on the building, painting, fixing the roof, different stuff like that, you know. So I just in the process of doing that, you know. The landscape come after.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Your Honor, the city will not impose to give an extension, but we're gonna go with 63 days for now. Okay. And if we see any progress, we can extend the time.
All right. Do you want a notice to reappear?
Definitely, please.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you 63 days to start with, and then you're going to come back and tell me how much progress you made, and hopefully it'll all be done by then, but if it's not, you can ask for a further extension.
Okay.
Okay? Fair enough?
63 days.
63 days, which would be September 29th. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. See you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can we take a brief recess?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We're going to take a brief recess. Resuming this morning's special magistrate hearing agenda. Our next case is on page 1, Captain Robert Casarich, case number FC 2206-0005, case address 721 Northwest First Street, owner Mar Holding, Inc., property posted 7722, posted at City Hall 71422.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Casarich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 2206-0005 for the property address is 729 Northwest First Street. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced and tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. NFPA 113.6.3.1.3.8. The fire extinguishers are not mounted in accordance with the code. NFPA 101 7.9.2.1, the emergency lights do not illuminate as designed. NFPA 101 7.10.5.2.1, the exit signs do not illuminate as designed. NFPA 1 11.1.5.6, extension cords are being used as a substitute for permanent wiring. This property was first cited by Inspector Cedric on 3/18 of 2022, where he noted the violations. He attempted a reinspection on 6/14 of 2022, where no access was granted, and the property has subsequently been cited for violation of F-103.2.5 for unable to gain entry to perform the fire safety inspection. A second reinspection was conducted by Inspector Daniels on 6/28 of 22, and still no access was provided. We're requesting $100 a day and 28 days to come into compliance.
Our next case is on page 2. Senior Inspector Dorian Calhoun, case number CE 2201-0427, case address 1931 Northeast 62nd Street, owner LSF9 Master Participation Trust, U.S. Bank Trust, in a trustee in care of Resicap. Property posted 7/14/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cloyan, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2201-0427, case address 1931 Northeast 62nd Street. This property was first inspected on February 3rd, 2022, which resulted in the following violations. 1811B is complied. However, it is a recurring violation. The previous case number is CE 2105-0792. The city is asking for a finding of fact that the violation did exist. 9308B and 9304B are also in compliance at this time. And the city, again, is asking for the finding of fact for the 1811B. And I would like the photos entered for the record. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Michelle Charrier, case number CE 2206-0519, case address 2317 Castilla Isle, owner Harry Lynette, property posted 7/6/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Charrier on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2206-0519. Address is 2317 Castilla Avenue. This property was inspected on June 22nd, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 47-19.3H. There is a watercraft docked adjacent to this residential property in such a position that causes it to extend beyond the side setback lines. This is a repeat violation based on previous case CE 2104-0542, which came before the special magistrate on May 27th, 2021. Based on the evidence presented, magistrate entered a finding of fact for the city for violation 47-19.3H. This case shall be presented to the special magistrate regardless of any achieved compliance. An inspection report was posted on the property on June 22nd, 2022. A reinspection was conducted on June 23rd, 2022, and the vessel had been moved to the required setback. Re-inspections were conducted on July 6, 2022, and July 22nd, 2022, and the property remained in compliance. The city is requesting a fine in the amount of $150 be imposed for 1 day of noncompliance.
Our next case on page 4, Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg. Case number CE 22030477. Case address 1301 North Dixie Highway. Owner Marcellus Enterprises LLC. Property posted 7/12/22. Post at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number and property address as read. This commercial property was inspected on March 11th, 2022. And cited for the following violations: 18-1 complied, 47-21.11.8 complied, 47-21.16A complied, 47-20.20H. There are grease stains throughout the parking lot facing north of the West Dixie Highway. 47-22.3.U.1. The window signs exceed 20% of the glass surface to which it is directly applied. Due to noncompliance on July 12, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case on page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22040857. Case address 2327 Northwest 12th Court. Owner H. Paul LLC. Property posted 6/29/22. Post at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22040857. Property address 2327 Northwest 12th Court. The property was inspected on 4/26 by Officer Gavin, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied, 18-12A complied, 47-34.1.8.1 complied, 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that are stained and dirty along the roof line and on the awnings. 24-27.B has complied. 18-1, there's outdoor storage in the carport, items including but not limited to paint cans, plywood, and the property is creating a public nuisance. 18-4C, there is derelict vehicles parked stored on the property. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the lawn surface. An inspection report was posted to property on 4/26/22. I re-inspected the property on 5/12/22. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/29/22. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/23/22, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 a day thereafter for each violation.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22041010, case address 1225 Northwest 23rd Terrace. Owner Investment Lawyers LLC. Property posted 6/23/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22041010, address 1225 Northwest 23rd Terrace. The property was inspected on 4/29/22 and the following violations were observed. 9-313.A has complied. 9-305A complied. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-12.A complied. An inspection report was mailed on 4/29/22. I re-inspected the property on 5/18/22. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/23/22. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 a day thereafter for each violation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 8, Inspector Bover, Exantus, case number CE 22030756, case address 1413 Northwest 11th Street, owner Nissim and Yafa Amir, property posted 7/8/22, post at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected in March 16, and the following violations were discovered. Violation 24-27B is complied. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicle trailers parked on the grass or lawn area as well as the driveway on this vacant property. The driveway is not being maintained. It has cracks, potholes in the asphalt top, coat raised, loose, and missing section in some areas. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards and building walls, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior wall that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are missing parts and missing section. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or its well. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 8, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 22nd, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter.
On page 9, case number CE 22040839 is complied. Our next case is on page 10. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. I'm sorry, what happened? Oh. On page 10, case number CE 22050419 is a stipulated agreement for the case for the property located at 718 Southwest 2nd Court, owner Bradford Kinney. The stipulated agreement is as follows: for violation 9-280H1, 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. Violation 9-305B, 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for violation 9-280B, 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. Our next case is on page 11, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22040349. Case address 1362 Southwest 23rd Avenue, owner Michael Cooper Estate. Property posted 7/15/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22040349 in reference to the property 1362 Southwest 23rd Ave. This property was initially cited by previous Officer Edmonds on April 11, 2022 for the following violations. 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The swell area has grass growing through it. 9-304B, the gravel driveway at this property needs to be maintained. There is grass growing through the gravel. Re-inspection was performed by Officer Diego Santos on July 15, 2022, of which the violations were found to remain as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
Our next case on page 11, Inspector Bover Exantus, case number CE 211-20440, case address 1613 Northwest 15th Place. Owner Star 2021 SFR1 Borrow LP in care of Starwood Capital Group. Property posted 7/8/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected on December 19, 2021, and the violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on property in the swell. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on July 8th, 2022. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 22nd, 2022, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter.
Our next case on page 12, Inspector Bover Exantus, case number CE211-10147, case address 1005 Northwest 14th Street, owner Barrow Ebanks Powell and Francis Powell Estate, property posted 7/8/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Again, Your Honor, good afternoon. This case is in full compliance. The only violation that was in violation was violation 9-305B, which a pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning, and the landscape is not in compliance, so this case is in full compliance.
On page 15, case number CE2204-1015 is in compliance. Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE22010355, case address 2110 Northwest 29th Avenue, owner Panasa LLC, property posted 6/29/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE22010355. Property address 2110 Northwest 29th Avenue. The property was inspected on 1/15/22 and the following violations were observed. BCZ-39-275 subsection 6 subsection B. Non-permitted land use in this RS5 zone property, unroofed outdoor storage, under roof consisting but not limited to cars, parts, appliances, toolbox, and other miscellaneous items. BCC 39-396, there is illegal land use occurring on this RS5 zone property. The subject property is being used to store derelict vehicles and a trailer with scrap metal. 18-4C has complied. 9-280 subsection 8 subsection 1, the fence at the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence on the property is broken and not sitting upright. The chain link fence support poles are torn off on the ground. 9-304B, there are trailers stored on the grass area. In addition, the driveway on the property is not observed to be maintained, cleaned, or well graded. There are oil stains in the driveway. 18-12A has complied, and an inspection report was issued on 1/15/22 by Senior Officer Garcia. A reinspection of the property was performed by Senior Officer Quintero on 1/31/22, and the violation remained. The case was transferred over to me, and I inspected the property on 3/17/22. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/29/22. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/23/22, the following violations remain. The city is requesting 42 days or $25 per day thereafter for each violation.
Our next case is on page 17. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE22040162, case address 421 Northwest 14th Way, owner Reef Properties LLC, property posted 7/14/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22040162, reference to property 421 Northwest 14th Way. This property was initially cited on April 7, 2022 for the following violations. 4734.1.8.1 has been complied, 18-4C has been complied, 18-12A has been complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked in the grass lawn area. In addition, the parking facilities, including access aisles and driveways, are not surfaced with a hard dustless material and maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. 9-305A has been complied, 9-280H1 has been complied. Reinspection of the property was performed on July 23, 2022, and found the property to remain in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a $25 fine thereafter.
Our next case is on page 19, Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 22040338, case address 1565 Northwest 5th Street, owner Anna Hayes Realty Trust, Tamar Group LLC trustee, property posted 6/22/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 22040338, case address 1565 Northwest 5th Street. Property was first inspected on April 8, 2022, following a complaint received by my supervisor, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. There is also an accumulation of leaves throughout the entire property. 9-308B, there are stains of dirt along the roof drip line. 9-305B, there is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way sidewalk. 47-341.A.1, there's an illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage at this property, including but not limited to bricks, tires, engine hoists, automotive equipment, 55-gallon plastic drums, cooler, miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR for this R8 zoned residential single-family property. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A total of 8 inspections have been conducted on this property, and during my pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 23rd, it was verified that the violations still exist. The tenant has been in contact with me during the course of the case, and also the management company. They're trying to work together to correct the violations. However, they still exist, and the city's requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Our next case on page 20, case number CE 22050703, case address 1601 Northwest 12th Court, owner FYR SFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes, property posted 7/2/22, posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on April 21st, 2022 by myself as part of a neighborhood improvement project, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C has been complied. 47-34.4.B.1. There is overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this location. Red, white, and black commercial vehicle with a Florida tag QNQA66. Stick and move junk truck removal decals throughout. 9-304B, there are vehicles being parked stored on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is also not being maintained as required. It is worn and has grass growing throughout. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. Inspection report was posted and hand-delivered to the tenant and also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 6 inspections have been conducted on this property, and during my pre-hearing inspection conducted on the 23rd of this month, it was verified that the remaining violations still exist. There has been no contact from the property owner or tenant since the initial inspections. For the record, this property owner has multiple properties throughout the city and has had many cases and fines imposed by the magistrate on other occasions, qualifying this as a repeat violation per the Code of Ordinances. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Our next case on page 24, Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 22050268, Case address 2100 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Duke Realty LP. Property posted 7/2/22. Posted at City Hall 7/14/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city. That case was inspected this morning and it was brought into full compliance, so it doesn't need to be heard by the magistrate.
Our next case on page 27, we're now starting our hearings to impose fines. Page 27, case number FC 22040003, case address 490 Southeast 21st Street, owner William Beblick and Ronald Rogowski Estate. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/30/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. That's an appeal. Our next case, case number FC 22040007, case address 111 Southeast 19th Street, owner 111 Principalities LLC. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/30/22. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Our next case is on page 28, case number CE 22060258, case address 2590 Northeast 43rd Street, owner Jonathan Prinz. This case was cited on 6/11/22 to comply by 6/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation. On page 29, case number CE 22050482, case address 2590 Northeast 43rd Street, owner Jonathan Prinz. This case was cited on 5/19/22 to comply by 5/29/22. One section complied at $150 per day, $1,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation. Our next case is on page 30, case number CE 21090763, case address 1816 Northeast 11th Avenue, numbers 1 through 6, owner Oscar Sanchez. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/24/22, suspended 4/28/22 to 6/30/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $4,150 accrued. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,100 accrued. A total of $7,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violation. Our next case on page 31, case number CE 22060323, case address 801 West Broad Boulevard, owner BNC LLC. This case was cited on 6/16/22 to comply by 6/23/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $1,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation. Case number CE 22060173, case address 1018 Northwest 6th Street, owners William and Electa Cone. This case was cited on 6/10/22 to comply by 6/17/22. One section not complied at $250 per day, $10,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation. Case number CE 211000493, case address 1220 Northeast 3rd Street, number 103, owners Thomas and Gloria Sweeney and Michael Sweeney. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/23/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,475 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed. Our next case on page 32, case number CE 22031064, case address 1221 Northeast 14th Avenue, owners George Castrotaro and Jason Castrotaro. This case was first heard on 6/14/22 to comply by 6/24/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,650 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Our next case is on page 35. Case number CE 22060260, Case address 319 Southwest 12th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Centurion Venture Group LLC. This case was cited on 6/11/22 to comply by 6/12/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation. Our next case is on page 38. Case number CE22060105, case address 1230 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Ernco Pierre and Nadia Centellas. This case was cited on 6/3/22 to comply by 6/4/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $10,600 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for the citation. Case number CE211-10684, case address 1100 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Lisa Manco Guzman Ventimilla. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/7/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Our next case is on page 40. Case number CE22050760, case address 724. Page 39. Case number CE22020719 has been withdrawn. Our next case is on page 40, case number CE22050760, case address 724 Northwest 17th Street, owner Jason Schutz. This case was cited on 6/1/22 to comply by 6/4/22. One section not complied at $250 per day, $13,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation. Case number CE22060011, case address 206 Northeast 13th Street, owner Adi Cohen. This case was cited on 6/2/22 to comply by 6/9/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for the citation. On page 41, case number CE22020136, case address 1475 Southwest 33rd Street, owner CSMAFT LLC. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 5/19/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,725 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Case number CE22050042 is closed. On page 42, case number CE22020460, case address 2105 Southwest 18th Avenue, owners Todd and Sherry Sheffield. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 7/6/22. Six sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,150 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Our next case is on page 44, case number CE22030570, case address 2441 Cat K Lane, owner Linda Zabrowski. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/23/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,400 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Case number CE22030997, case address 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Caesar Investment Group, Inc. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/5/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Our next case is on page 45, case number CE22030067, case address 1117 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Michael Quijayas. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 6/30/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Our next case is on page 48, case number CE21090237, case address 1222 Northwest 23rd Terrace, owner Vera Parker and Travis Parker. This case was first heard on 12/9/21 to comply by 4/7/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. This case is in compliance, and the city is requesting administrative costs of $856. 856. Our next case is on page 49, case number CE22050188, Case address 809 Southwest 16th Street, owner Krista Nabar. This case was cited on 5/5/22 to comply by 5/6/22. One section complied at $250 per day. $250 accrued and the city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for this citation. Our next case is on page 51. Case number CE22030794. Case address 1801 Southwest 12th Street, owner near Yitchgat of Highland Lakes, Inc. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/9/22. One section complied at $50 per day. $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. Are you going to read this one too? 53. Not this one? Oh, thank you. Our next case is on page 53, case number CE21090762, case address 1009 Northwest 11th Court, owner Floyd Davis. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $25 per day. $2,250 accrued. The city is requesting to vacate the order of June 30th, 2022 and rehear the case.
Hello, Special Magistrate, Co-Compliance Supervisor Hula Davila. So we wanted to vacate the previous order, but for the main emphasis and the reason for this is because we wanted an order to be able to abate the property. I had failed to do so and request that at the last hearing. In essence, this is a vacant lot, and there's overgrowth, and there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property, and we would like to go in there and clean that up. Thank you. This is, are we in? Oh, my apologies. I think I jumped the gun and I came to a different case. Sorry, this is the one for you.
Okay, so we're talking about the case on page 53, 1009 Northwest 11th Court.
Yes, my apologies.
Go ahead, Bover.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantus on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read. Your Honor, we would like to vacate this previous order and then provide 35 days for compliance. Thank you, Your Honor.
We're staying the fines.
Stay the fine, yes.
Our next case is on page 54. Case number CE22020393. Case address 920 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owners Corbell and Hilda Cooper. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of June 14, 2022.
So yes, this is the one I was supposed to be here for, and actually what we want to do is amend the previous order to request that abatement. We don't, okay. Thank you very much.
Inspector Quintero, on page 59, you have a case. Are you asking, you want me to read this case in for you, or are you fine to leave it? Okay, awesome. Next case is on page 59, case number CE21090094, case address 417 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Maxine Davis. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 7/28/22. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. Fines are due to start on July 29, 2022, and this is a request for an extension.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I met with the property owner, and she provided me with a letter, and she couldn't be here due to health reasons, so I just want to read the letter that she provided me in regards to the extension. This is from Miss Maxine Davis, who resides at 417 Northwest 15 Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33311, on July 21st, 2022. To whom it may concern, I, Miss Maxine Davis, am the owner of this property, and I am unable to attend the special magistrate hearing on July 28, 2022. I would like to request a 180-day extension to comply with the violations of building permit number BLD-ROOF-2202-008 has been issued for my property, and the work under this permit will help correct the roof violation. Sincerely, Maxine Davis, and the city is not opposed to the extension. You can set a reappearance, yeah.
Wait a minute. Just one, is she saying that a permit is required for what?
So this is a case that I didn't start. It's a case that's been for a long time now. Previous inspectors were on this case. The city and the community are helping her rehab this property. Ms. Jordan's been involved. Supervisor Davila has also been involved, as well as various members in the city. So they're requesting extension so that they can continue to help Ms. Davis out.
Okay, because I mean, just for the record, the metal shutters to remove them doesn't require a permit. And the excessive amount of accumulation stored in the front porch enclosure also doesn't require a permit. If the permit she's referring to maybe is a roofing permit that would go to 9-308B, I can definitely appreciate that, but the metal, is the property occupied?
So Julio Dalico, compliance supervisor, yeah, the property is occupied. You're absolutely right. So the roofing part, the permits where, that has to deal with that. But she's an elderly lady on a very fixed income. And so she's trying to obtain help and assistance through the community. And through writing, we advised that if she provided us a letter, that we would grant that extension since she wasn't able to make it today.
I mean, Your Honor, for me, and I may differ, and it's only a legal opinion only, but the metal shutters being down is a life safety issue. I certainly could not support the department and the property owner's request to extend that for months. I mean, that is something, honestly, that she was given between March and July to fix that. I mean, that is a safety issue. If there's a fire or some sort of incident inside the property, she can't get out.
I can appreciate that, and I think what we can do is perhaps try to make sure that that's rectified sooner than later. So, if you want to give less time for that, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to that, obviously, but we'll see how we can help her do that because she's physically unable to, perform some of the things around the property.
I mean, again, and obviously, I say that not with the thought to fine her as an elderly woman. I say that out of concern for her safety. I don't want her to think that in seeking assistance, she has months and months or even weeks to come in. I mean, that should have already been in compliance. If someone's helping her, hopefully someone can do that like before the weekend or to go out and help her. If she's not ambulatory and the shutters are down, that's a life safety issue. I mean, for me, again, and obviously I would defer to code on some sort of extension, but I personally wouldn't be comfortable with any extension. I mean, there's been 4 months to get those shutters up, which is a concern for her safety or any other occupants. If she's working with an agency or an entity, are we able to communicate with them to see if we can get immediate assistance on that issue?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just trying to get them to pull up the picture when it was posted just the other day. It was my day off, so another inspector, that one there. The 2 shutters on the front, if those are the only ones, they're open. When I went to the property to meet with her, she had those open. And you see in this picture right here, that one is open, and the one to the left on the south of the property was open as well. That's her bedroom. So if
she's in compliance with
so,
that?
so if those were the only two that were cited, as I said, I didn't start this case. I just took it over because it's my area now, and I just became aware of it maybe last week. If those are the only two shutters that she was originally cited for, then she would be in compliance because those two shutters were open when I went to the property. I mean, even if I have to open the shutters myself, I'll help her out. I mean, I think the shutters is just something simple that.
Just worried about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The city is requesting to enter pages 60 and 61 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda, and give us a few minutes as we prepare for lien reduction. recalling for the special magistrate hearing agenda on page 48, case number CE 21090237, case address 1222 Northwest 23rd Terrace, owners Vera Parker and Travis Parker. This case was first heard on 12/9/21 to comply by 4/7/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. The case is fully in compliance, and the city is requesting to amend its earlier request of administrative cost of $856 and to waive all fines.
Vera Parker.
And I'm my son, Travis Parker.
Not on the record there. Okay. No fines. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing. For those that wish to speak at today's hearing, please stand and raise your right hands. Stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Please be seated. Our first case on the agenda is on page 1. Case number CE 19050451 for the property located at 204 Northwest 17th Court. Owner Keystone Hall, Inc. This case has a total lien value of $30,200 and city direct cost of $1,205, and the city is requesting $15,100.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Magistrate. I'm Richard Coker, representing Keystone Hall. So let me just tell you a little bit about Keystone. Is it on? I think it's on. Okay. Keystone Halls is a nonprofit organization for the housing and treatment of veterans who have substance abuse issues. Mr. Ron Melick is the founder and CEO of Keystone Halls for, I don't even know how many years. It's been a lot of years. They own a total of 5 properties throughout Fort Lauderdale. The property in question here is 2 duplexes. And the entire issue started with the citation for a dumpster being rolled out without, being left out. And then ultimately it was determined that that dumpster needed an enclosure. That was the Keystone Halls. By the way, Ron's been working his butt off trying to maintain all those properties for all these years. And he's 93 years old, and he does a pretty good job, but it's a lot of work to keep up 5 properties. But he went through the process and got a permit for the dumpster enclosure. Then it was determined after he got the permit that they didn't really need a dumpster, that they could use the city roll-up trash carts. And that's what they did. And it was ultimately determined to be in compliance at that point once he got once the city gave him the push carts. But he did everything that he might have done it slower because of the nature of Mr. Malick's age, and but he attempted to resolve the issue as soon as it was brought to his attention.
It was out of compliance, Mr. Coker, for 474 days.
Yes, because he had to, first of all, they had to determine what needed to be done. And he was told he had to get a dumpster enclosure. And so he had to get an architect, which he did. And he prepared plans, and he submitted those plans, went through the permitting process, and obtained a permit. And then at that point, after all of that time, which was ultimately wasted time, it was determined that he never needed that in the first place. That all he needed was the roll-up carts. And at that point, he got the roll-up carts, and it was in compliance. So this wasn't a life safety violation, and this wasn't someone not attending to their property or trying to obfuscate the city or get around any of the improvements. He was going through the process the best he could as soon as he was cited. And a reduction to $15,000 just, it is not fair to a nonprofit who tried very hard to bring this into compliance, and it was ultimately determined they didn't need to do any of that.
All right, I noted in the file that there's an offer of $2,500. Is that still your client's offer?
Yes, Your Honor, we think that's the appropriate amount. It takes care of all the city's cost and some extra. And we asked the city, based upon the efforts to complete and the fact that this is a nonprofit organization, to reduce the fine to $2,500.
It just seems to me like there was an awful lot of time where nothing was getting done. You know, I reviewed the file, and there's multiple notations that the inspector spoke to them, told them tried to find out the status of the permits. It doesn't take over a year to get a permit and figure this out.
It takes a few months to get a permit. It takes a while to even understand what you actually have to do.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $4,000, payable within 60 days.
Thank you, Madam Magistrate. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Our next cases are on page 1 and 2. On page 1, we have case number CE06100936, case address 1606 Northwest 13th Court, owner property Preacher LLC. This case has a total lien value of $7,000 and city direct cost of $760.74. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer for $1,500. On page 2, case number CE19041770, for case address 1606 Northwest 13th Court. This case has a total lien value of $28,525 and city direct cost of $1,925.87. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer for $5,500.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Jason Williams.
Okay, I'm willing to accept the deal you worked out with the city. How much time do you need to pay?
I can do it today.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to put 60 days down.
All right,
just because
okay.
it's, and you take care of that for us, it will be done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
And this concludes our special magistrate lien reduction hearing for July 28, 2022.
Thanks.